Okay, we are back. Let's see. Okay, awesome. Let's continue with this sci-fi industrial environment. Okay, so I got my skybox back in there, made the landscape way bigger, and I got errant landscapes installed, so I will be doing some landscape today as well. But I want to continue with the inside of this environment. I changed the exposure setting so everything's super bright. Gonna modify the lighting eventually, but it's kind of nice for working. You actually get to see all the details. Alright, so got this area here, and I want to continue with this is gonna be so nice with the ultra dynamic sky, because we're gonna have different times of day. It's gonna move the sun, so you're gonna get very interesting effects right here. Okay, so now I'm gonna push a couple more industrial rooms and see where can I like actually start with the lab kind of facility, and see if I can like add some of some alien organic stuff on the sides, and so we face different enemies there. Okay, let's see. Okay, this one goes here. Goes there. Yeah, it kind of makes sense to use this area. Maybe here I can have some kind of like cylinders with like water and some creatures inside. I think that might be interesting. Oh, that's a lot of rooms. Okay. I also have this other thing I was making. Could probably make like an elevator that goes down. To that area. Okay, this is the first floor, then we got this one. Yeah, I think kind of makes sense to have it here. Yeah, this place is huge, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm going to continue with this this area and get here. Maybe the elevator could be right in the center, and we can probably close it here. I did want it to have an exit, so you can go to the roof. All right, I'm gonna try to get these rooms a little bit nicer. Yeah, let's just fill in some space. Yeah, I already got like some prefabs, like these huge pipes right here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go a little bit more rough. With these ones, just to fill in some space. A little harder to snap these things when they're in a group. Okay, let's say that's nice. Nice. I have like super huge pipes right here. Okay. So I want to check the ammo, like how much ammo I'm gonna have and like where to hide it and stuff. I think the music might be too loud. Yeah, this song is a little intense. Let's get some of these here. Hey, how's it going? Doing great, thankfully. Trying to fill in all this space. It's a very big, very big, some kind of like research facility, some kind of like industrial area. Hey, how's it going? Doing great. We had some heavy rains today, but very short, thankfully. Like it lasted like maybe 20 minutes or something. Yeah, I do like the rain a lot. Very relaxing. Yeah, so finally I got my contract ended on Monday, so I should be streaming more often. To push this. Oh. Yeah, I really wanna finish this area and try to polish it and see if I can release a demo. Kind of like a proof of concept, making sure that it kind of works. These are not the same. No, these are not the same. These are flipped. I don't have a next contract, yeah. Oh, that's strange, Ricardo. Usually when I download things from Fab, they come with the displacement map. So usually I get a contract for like 3 or 4 months, and then I go like maybe 2 months unemployed. Then they call me back and stuff. Sometimes I get freelance, doing like 3D environments and stuff like that. But I kind of wanna just focus on my project. It's been a long time since I don't have some free time, let's say. I don't want to have duplicate of asset textures, etc. It's not going to make a duplicate if you just, for example, I have some megascans here. Let's say these boxes, right? If I re-upload them, re-import them, they're just gonna fall. They're just gonna replace what I have already. So don't worry about duplicates. Thankfully, the Fab Store kind of like has that figured out. Actually, if you mess like an asset from your library and you're like, oh, I changed this thing or the material, or I don't know how it works, you can just re-import and it's gonna like replace the file and it's gonna be back to default, let's say. No. I basically come here, content browser, Fab, and inside this like let's say Fab plugin, you can go to Quixel, and then you just basically choose what you want, and you add to your project. You choose the quality you want, and you add to your project, and it's gonna import directly to the content browser of the project that you have already opened. If you have multiple projects open at the same time, it might get confused and send it to the latest, to the last project you opened, I think. But besides that, it kind of works pretty nicely. Some assets are bugged, so that happened to me before. Some assets are they don't want to export for some reason, so in that case you do need to kind of like get the FBX and textures and kind of like put it together. But just that happened to me just a couple of times. I do get displacement. Like something you need to take in consideration is that in the mega scans, for example, the materials, where can I show you this? The displacement, it's inside the ORM. So it's occlusion, roughness, metallic, and I believe the displacement comes in the occlusion channel. I don't remember properly, but you see you have these three textures, and this one is an ORM, which stands for occlusion, roughness, metallic, and I think it's the blue channel. I think it's the metallic channel that comes with the displacement here. I think that's how it works. I'm not, don't remember properly, but it's inside one of these channels. So it's not gonna be by itself unless you download it for. I haven't tried it yet, but actually, for example, here, if I want this to be an FBX, yeah, I'm not sure if it comes with the displacement map by itself. But yeah, I remember doing nanite displacement, and I believe it was the blue channel. Now everything's super bright. Let's get these little lights right here. So I was working on this other mech, and I added, this is the control rig sample mech, and I added like a rocket launcher inside the barrel, and it's very buggy, but it's kind of interesting. And hopefully today I will get some information from the developer of the RPG engine on how to change the sounds and VFX from each animation for the AI enemies, so I can have my creatures have different VFX and sounds and stuff. Minute 4. Not sure what you mean by minute 4. Also, I started using data layers again, just to hide the template that comes with the preview level that comes with the template, because it has like a lot of NPCs and it's kind of laggy, and it runs so much better without it. I had like too many skeletons kind of like in there. You send a link. I don't think you can send a link in the chat. I think it's blocked. I do have a Discord. If you wanna send it there, I can take a look. Yeah, this I haven't posted much in that Discord. I sincerely haven't had much issues with it, thankfully. When the Fab Store came out at the beginning, it was like I was not able to find exactly what I was looking for, but I think it got way better now. Okay, I need to bake this. Oops. I always get this wrong. Unproject a texture. Oh, that looks very nice. That's probably how I should be using it. Yeah, that looks very good. I think I messed up the scale of the textures. I think that's how it's supposed to be actually. You see, like I'm losing all the normal information. And it goes flat. I'm doing something wrong with this. But I do want to get that look. Huh. I need to look into that because I remember doing this placement with them blue channel, which is metallic. It's kind of strange, but yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering why I'm not getting that super nice normal map. Normal strength. Okay, so it is showing on one side, but not in the others. I do want to get that normal information. It looks very nice. Yeah, I need to look into this material. I think the normal information is not triplanar. That might be the thing. dude, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm getting normal from only one side. That's super strange, huh? Yeah, might definitely. I think I need to make a tri-planar so we get normal from every side. I really like this material that comes with this industrial asset pack, but I kind of need to learn how to deal with it. The problem with this mapping is that it squishes the thing here, but it does give me the right density. I think it has to do with the material configuration. This material is a little complex. It's you see, it's like a master. This is the master, and it's an instance of a master with a bunch of parameters. So I need to kind of like sit down and see how it works. Don't really want to do that now, because it takes a while to figure that thing out. And it has to do with the mesh scale. Hey, I'm making a sci-fi industrial facility. Trying to working on set dressing, making it like trying to make it look nice. I already have some level design, which is kind of like linear, but I want to make it more maze. The RGB mask. Yeah, I'm gonna try that out. I believe it has to do with the tri-planar, because it's showing only on one side, but I wanted to show on all the sides. Yeah, so I'm using this super awesome template, the RPG engine. It does take a second to load. Sorry, give me a second. Hello? Ajá. Sí, ya metí el borscht, ya los conejos les di a comer, saqué a Vela. Fui a donde ayer. Y fui a donde Marena por la plata, pero no dice que no la tenía. Ayer la tenía, pero no hoy, entonces que ahí me avisa mañana para pasar. Lo de Punta Leona. Tengo que ir a recoger una. Ajá. todo bien, sí, sí, yo voy a tener el celular ahí para abrirle, sí. Ok, bueno, papá. So yeah, I'm working on this super huge facility, and I want to make an area where I have like these bugs. I think he's out of the nav mesh. Yeah. So I want to change those like hello animations and stuff. That's kind of like ridiculous, to be honest. And yeah, the goal is to make it look very nice and see how far can I push the visuals. I'm trying to get at least 30. Those assets are assets that I've been collecting. Some of them are paid, some of them are free. I got, for example, these super nice walls and industrial assets are from Big, Medium, Small. They're like a publisher that has like very high quality stuff. So that's kind of like the main asset pack I'm using for this, and then I'm mixing that with other packs. For example, all of these tubes and cables and stuff. I'm adding some mega scans, trying to combine some stuff, but mostly I'm trying to base, kind of like put everything together based on that. Yeah, I would like these guys to kind of like charge at me, because it doesn't make sense to just. Wow, yeah, AI, it's tough. I spent like 2 days just working on this mech. I made the dash ability a little bit less intense, so it doesn't feel like You see, these other ones are from another pack. These are mega scans. This door I made with the modeling tools, but I used the textures from here. This is another pack, the catwalks. That's the enemy I was working on. I always like this mech and trying to make enemies that are not humanoid, and that was a big headache, big headache. And it has like a rocket launcher inside its barrel. And I'm trying to make the head kind of like follow me, the cannon. It's kind of like sliding, and the animation blueprint is like super rough, but I'm trying to get the Dragon IK so I can make it walk on rocks and like actually be very nice. And when it dies, I want it to explode. Now it kind of just dies there. Well, I'm trying to make a small game. Yes, I'm trying to make a small game. I consider myself like an environment artist. It's kind of I'm somewhere in between of like a world builder, level designer, environment artist, because I'm a 3D generalist, so I do know how to make, model and texture and stuff. So I do make little things, but I'm also I also like to build like big environments. That's kind of like what really motivates me. And I also modify assets as to fit like what I'm trying to build. So the main goal of this project is to make like a very dense, high detailed environment, and see if I can make it run at least at 30, kind of like That's the the main goal of the thing. I'm gonna change the music a little bit. Yeah, one of my biggest inspirations for this project is the Forever Winter. I appreciate it. Yeah, I really want to make something like the Forever Winter, something like very dense, very visually appealing. I wanna see how far can I push the amount of detail and still get some at least 30 40 frames per second, which is it's not great. Like I mean, it will be nice to get 60, right? But these rooms are very bright right now because I changed some exposure settings, but I'm gonna make it a little darker. I do wanna get these rooms to be a little darker. So yeah, that's the goal. I made this area here, and I'm trying to kind of like set dress all of this so it looks kind of nice. And then I'm gonna have like a research, more like a lab kind of part where I have these bugs and stuff, these kind of alien creatures. And it's a multiplayer template, so super excited because I wanna make something for like 4 people or something like that, and see if it actually works. I've done some testing with the Steam Advanced Sessions, which is like the kind of like multiplayer plugin for Steam. So I know that it works, and that's very nice. Because I always wanted to make something co-op, you know, to play with my friends, and that'll be awesome. And the game has this template has crafting and has like a bunch of other systems. Like the developer of the template, he's working on a building system, so I will be able to build some bases, and it's like a survival template, so you have like hunger and thirst and all these things. Pretty in depth. It's kind of complex, to be honest, this template. I've been using it for a couple of months, and I just scratched the surface of it. Okay, this looks very symmetrical. We have this thing changing here. It looks kind of like strange, to be honest. I would like to actually mirror this other side so it looks the same, but maybe we can leave it like that. I would love this pipe to finish properly in the wall, but I'm gonna go a little bit more, a little faster today. I don't want to get caught in little details. I'm trying to push it a little faster, a little harder. I was checking the Forever Winter yesterday, and it's just crazy how much detail they get. But at the same time, you have like meshes intersecting each other, and you have things that are not so it's not perfect. It's not like, oh, this is not connected perfectly, oh, that cable ends in the wall. Like, nobody cares about that. And also the AI, they've been working on upgrading the AI a lot, but at the same time it also has some bugs and stuff, so it's kind of like just do it. That's kind of like the mentality I'm trying to get into. Like, I know it's gonna be buggy and it's gonna be it's gonna have all these issues, but kind of wanna just try to put something out there. Yeah, I would love to walk underneath this. So you go like, and you hide underneath the enemies and stuff. That's gonna be very cool. I don't really want to make fighting the the center of the game. I would like it to be more like exploration and add some like story elements and like some stuff like that, because I know that fighting is probably one of the most difficult things to get right. And big props to Weber, the developer of this template, because the fighting in this game feels very good, like very, very good compared to any other template that I've tried. And since I'm an artist and stuff, I'm not a big fan of like blueprints and coding. For example, yesterday I spent like maybe 2 days just trying to make that mech work, and it's super sloppy. Like, if somebody who knows about blueprints looks at that, they will be like, bro, like, what the hell are you doing, dude? There's 10,000 ways to make this better, right? But the problem with programming, well, blueprinting is not programming, it's just visual scripting, right? But the problem is that you spend 1-2 days trying to make something work and there's no visual progress, and it's like it's tough. I mean, there is some visual progress, like you see the enemies reacting better to what you're trying to do and stuff, but yeah, I think programming is for other kinds of people. I think you need to be built in a certain way. It's like, using your right side of the brain and your left side of the brain. Some people are more creative, some other people are more logical and stuff. It's good to use both sides, obviously, and try to develop both skills. But yeah, definitely, it's it's very annoying when things don't work out, but at the same time it's very satisfying when things do work out. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe I make this work. So yeah, I think I'm gonna spend. I'm gonna try to just enjoy this set dressing, trying to finish this area, and then I'm going to spend a lot of time trying to get the enemies to work properly and stuff. That's gonna be very painful, to be honest. Thankfully, I can ask for help, right? I can ask the developer, and I can try to get his help for this. I think I might ask him for a custom job. That will be super awesome. Since he knows this template, he's probably the best person I can ask for it. And there's also a couple of bugs that I found that I'm trying not to bug him too much, but yeah, I found some stuff that I kind of need to let him know. When it comes to retargeting, retargeting, like the enemies, the character looks very nice from up close, but when you get the camera far away from it, it kind of breaks, like the retargeting breaks. So not sure what that is. It's kind of like based on the camera distance. And it only happens with like soft characters, meaning that characters that are weight blended when it comes to rigging. It does not happen with like mechs or solid characters that don't have muscles, let's say, don't have like soft deformations. So kind of wanna figure that out. That's a little bit too big, it feels a little strange. Okay, we need something in the wall. The wall's very empty. Let's get more pipes. That's the cool thing about like industrial environments. You can just like copy and paste a lot, and that's what like environment artists do a lot. They kind of like make these prefabs and then just copy and paste them. You feel the space so much faster. Then we need to cut. Oh, that almost worked in there. This is an empty room, I guess. That could be some secret room right there. I don't want to make it too much of a maze, because there's nothing worse than getting lost in video games. But also making it too obvious, it's kind of boring us at the same time. And that's like the difficult thing about level design, is like trying to achieve what the player wants to, what you think the player, I mean, how to say this, yeah, it's kind of funny because you're trying to build this experience for the player, but the player is gonna end up doing something totally different from what you actually built. It's kind of funny. I remember when I was working on this studio in Germany, I got this internship, and they made me play the first 2 levels of the game, and I was just doing absolutely something different from what they were expecting me to do. They were super frustrated. They're like, no dude, you're not supposed to go in there, you're not supposed to do that. So that was funny. And the cool thing is that this is going to be a multiplayer game, like a co-op for like 2 or 4 people. So it's gonna be super cool when I test it with some friends, because I will be able to be right there with them when they're playing, and I will be able to see. What they're going to do. I believe this snaps to 50. I think, yeah, just the texture is kind of... Okay, that's kind of cool. Gonna get this one here. This one, let's change it for number. Made some variants, like maybe 4 as the 5. Okay. Let's push it here so we can have like some area where we can like actually hide. Okay, that's kind of cool. I might do like a spline tool to fill in all these edges here. I mean, these sharp corners here. Or maybe just like a nice prefab and I can just throw it. Yeah, I think we could just do that. Those are little details that I shouldn't be doing right now. Yeah, there's a lot of this stuff in the Forever Winter. Like everything's super super broken and like messed up. You think the character is just gonna get stuck, but definitely the collisions are, you know, flat. The problem with this is that it starts getting too repetitive. Yeah, I think a PCG spline with like some scale modification here so it changes might work very nice for this. I think I do have something like that in another project. I can just bring it here. Hey, I'm working on a industrial facility. I'm making like a small sci-fi game. So I'm making these rooms. It's like an industrial facility, kind of like research facility. Now it's a little bit too bright because I was messing with the exposure settings, but I'm gonna make it a little darker. And you get to fight some enemies and stuff. So it goes from like this kind of like super industrial area to something more like lab, kind of like research facility where you face some alien creatures. No, 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 no. Most of these are just assets that I've been collecting. Kind of like world building right now. I do. I'm a 3D generalist, so I do know modeling and texturing. I learned Maya in university, but right now I'm kind of like yeah, I'm just world building with some very very cool assets I got. I am going to build some stuff for this. Definitely, there's some things I don't have. Basically, that's my philosophy. Like, if I cannot find it, I will do it myself. But there's no need to like do, for example, catwalks or wooden crates or stuff like that, because there's a lot of it out there, and the idea is to save time, since I'm like making this project on my own as a like passion project. I kind of need to save as much time as possible. Yes, it's difficult to find a job in this area. Absolutely, yes. If you like 3D and like game dev and all this, I recommend doing it as a passion, as a hobby. And you never know, maybe you might get some opportunities in the future, but it's always nice to have some kind of some kind of like secure option, let's say. That's my advice. I've been very privileged, because basically my parents like allowed me to to study this thing, and I've been very lucky, and I got some opportunities to work in this field, but definitely it's nothing stable. Like in other words, I wouldn't be able to do this without the help of my parents, to be super honest. But also it's kind of it's yeah, it's like a big privilege to be able to just do what you want in life, because usually I get hired. I I get hired by this publicity agency, and I do renders for 3D for cars, right, in Unreal Engine, and I get hired for like 3 or 4 months, and then my contract ends, and I'm unemployed for a couple of months, and then I get a call back, and sometimes I get freelance clients and stuff. But definitely is nothing stable. Let's see. Let's push this here. That kind of gets cut in there. I think I do have some cables that go around. I think these ones. Ooh, okay. Yep, that goes around, but how? I need to push it maybe here. Ah, I see how it works. Okay. They go into the wall. Yeah, that doesn't look so nice. How can I make that connection? Yeah, looks very choppy right there. Yeah, these are very cool cables, but I mean, don't want to squish it like this. No, it's a okay, let's not worry too much about those details. But yeah, besides all of that, it's a very good feeling when you do get to work in what you like. It's super cool stuff. But to be positive about things as well, I think we are living in a very interesting time, because now tools are getting very powerful, and you need every time a smaller and smaller team to make very interesting projects. Now with AI and stuff, I think that smaller teams will be able to do bigger projects, which kind of like gives me that, it motivates me a lot to kind of like make my own thing, you know. So that's very exciting, to be honest. Very, very exciting. Wow, these are heavy meshes or something. Okay. I'm trying to understand how this cable works. They're super cool cables, but I'm trying to avoid intersection. I'm trying to make it look as, so it, don't want cables to go into the walls too much, like this stuff here. Yeah, these cables, I think they're not meant to be wall cables. Yeah. And here I don't want to squish it, because if I squish it, it's not that much. To be honest, you shouldn't be squishing, like scaling stuff like this. But it's okay. And here we have this super hard cut. I wish we had like a nice 90-degree. I can try to make it with the modeling tools, but again, I'm I'm going to fall into details, and you can spend hours just trying to do a little thing, trying to fill in the space first, like trying to give it like a first pass, and then we can go back and work on little things like that. Okay, this super hard edge right here, I would like to, and this is too repetitive to be honest. Let's take some of them off. Yeah, that feels better. Want to go from like a very detailed area to something more flat, to kind of like breathe a little bit. Yeah, I'm very excited about adding smoke and all these little VFX. That'll be super cool. All right, this room is starting to feel right. I do want something here, some kind of pipes on the top, and I think some of this music is too intense. It's like a kind of like boss fight music. I want to play something more chill. Still energetic, but not so intense. I appreciate the follow. All right. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, the Forever Winter, that's... Wow, I'm so impressed with that game. Wanna see if I can create an environment like that. The problem is that these guys from the Forever Winter, they're like veteran artists. And that's why the game looks like it looks. But it's super motivating to me. Like it's just very impressive what they're doing with a small team. I think there is like a 20-person team, something like that. And every month they release a new update. It's like what? Okay, we need to make this smaller so it actually touches the edges of the rust. Yeah, decals are kind of tough. This decal ends abruptly there. That's an issue. Yeah, that's not how rust looks like. The good thing is that we're gonna make all these rooms a little darker so we can get away with a lot of this stuff. I wanna use another decal here. I got some other decals. Maybe this one? Okay, that's kind of cool. Just really like how it changes the roughness, the shininess of things. Like, that's super awesome. Yeah, that's why I like Unreal Engine. Like, when I started doing 3D in 2014 using Maya and Mental Ray, it was black magic. Like, just to get a decent render, it was crazy difficult, and it just looked bad. Like, it looked very ugly. Even like the better students and the like best professors, like, it was not there yet. Then Arnold came out and it was a little easier to get better renders, but still you needed to like sit down and read pages of documentation to get something decent. And then I tried Unreal Engine for my university final project, and it was like, what? Can I just move a light in real time and it just renders right there? Like, what? This is everything I wanted as a 3D artist. Just wanna turn off a light and it turns off. Like, what? No render time? That's crazy. And that's when I felt in love with Unreal. That was just too impressive. I was not into games that much. I mean, I used to play World of Warcraft a lot. When I was a teenager. But when I started studying 3D, I was not that much into with the idea that I was going to make something interactable. I was more like thinking that I was going to make animation. And yeah, I remember asking my friend like, what does LOD means, and he was just laughing. He was like, bro, you're a 3D artist and you don't know what levels of detail are? Like, what the hell? And I was like, dude, I'm sorry, man. I've been like, I was doing a lot of motion graphics back then. And yeah, that guy is now working in Canada. He's a outstanding artist. Super badass artist. And funny thing, I ended up doing I don't like this ending abruptly here. You know what? Can we actually... Okay. Let's keep it. Let's keep it simple. Yeah, I don't want to jump into Photoshop and start modifying things. because I kinda spent. Oh, that's a little buggy. What's going on? Oh, I think these decals are too. We need to make them a little thicker. Yeah, so they don't bug out. Yeah, a little thicker, not too much. That cut right there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bring these to Photoshop and just really make them borderless, let's say, so they don't touch the edge right there. That way I can use them in more situations, because here you kind of need to, yeah, use them in very specific situations where you can like hide that gap. And again, this is what really separates like let's say productive artists from like people who are starting, like little details like that. You shouldn't be caring too much about those things. You should be caring about the whole picture, because the player is just gonna run through this room. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, that looks cool. No, they're just gonna like boom, run through, and nobody cares about that. But it's nice when you do stop and look at the details. It is very nice. So you need to try to get those details to a degree of oh, these are very good. This is a very good asset, just to fill in the gaps. Just to break a little bit the texture here. What are these for? What's the functionality of these? I'm not absolutely sure, but it looks very cool. I believe they snap to 50. Like maybe we can run some cables through there, maybe they hold some pipes, I don't know. I believe this is a little bit unnecessary. And this area, this let's say this building I'm making, it just has a very high ceiling, like very high ceiling, which allows for verticality, but I'm not using that everywhere. Here I do have some catwalks, and it'll be nice to have like some kind of like connection here that allows me to go through the other side. Yeah, now everything's super linear, but I do want to make some connections, like some ducts and some kind of like sewer, maybe not a sewer, but some kind of like tunnel for underground pipes where you can walk through. Yeah, I was playing this game, Black Mesa, like a Half-Life inspired game, and it had this kind of like older kind of like graphics, kind of like a PlayStation, I don't know, 3 or something like that. And but it was kind of nice, like the whole environment and stuff, like the NPCs, and it was kind of like immersive. And the AI was a little, you know, kind of simple and stuff, but I just really enjoyed that stuff, and I was like, kind of motivates me to do something similar. Okay, that doesn't make any sense right there. We need to run some cables or some pipes. That's what I need, like, to make a PCG pipe and cable tool to like just really fill in the gaps. Hey, I've been using Unreal since Unreal 4.26. I've been mainly making environments and world building in Unreal Engine. I also worked in a publicity agency doing 3D renders for vehicles. So kind of like rendering cars in 3D using Unreal. And I've done some blueprinting following some classes and tutorials, but I'm not I'm not a blueprint guy for sure. I'm not a, let's say, a visual scripter by any chance. I'm more of a world builder. I think it's the best way to say it. I'm a 3D generalist, so I do know to use Maya, a little bit of Blender, Substance Designer, ZBrush, just like the surface, kind of like basic, to make some models and stuff. But also I know some animation like principles. But yeah, I've been very focused on environments. I like making environments. Right now I'm just set dressing this, trying to make it look cool. That's kinda strange. I think I messed up somewhere. How come? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I do need a cable and pipe PCG tool. Kinda lazy, but I do need to sit down and do that. I do have some projects that I've done before with PCG where I can pull some logic from it, but it does take some time, which might save me more time at the end. I don't know, but there's like a kind of like a beauty on like hand placing stuff. Just like you have full control over the thing. I mean, with PCG you can always make it a stamp and bake it into instances, and then you can modify those instances, but it's a little more tricky. Definitely there are ways to work with it. I just like the old school kind of like snapping Lego building. As long as you follow like a very nice grid and you make like a bunch of prefabs, I think you can really get away with that. There's a very cool blueprint that I saw in another project where you drop things in the ground and they kind of like scramble. I kind of want to pull that blueprint to this project and see. That's too noisy. Nope, we don't want that detail behind the pipes. That's just too noisy. So yeah, the goal is to really try to push this detail as much as possible and see if it runs. See if my 3080 video card can take it. I'm trying to get at least 30 frames per second, which is I should be aiming for 60. You know, most games most people expect games to run at 60, but since this is like a very I don't know how many frames do I get in the Forever Winter. I kind of want to check that out actually. Okay, so we have this stuff, but I still I want some kind of detail up there. We should probably move forward, but let's just see if I can get some cables. Where are my cables? I like these ones. There's actually one tool that I have that I haven't been using too much. It's called IA scatter. Oh no, that's for the floor. These are floor cables. We might be able to throw them. No. Those are super cool. But now we don't actually need to have this thing here. Yeah, that's the most difficult thing about doing this. It's like, how much detail do I need to add, and how much time do I need to spend in each part. That's the magic. And I've came to a realization that you need to be very kind of yeah, I'm not sure what the word is for this, but you kind of need to just don't care that much. Yeah, a little careless. That's kind of like what I'm trying to say. You need to kind of like it's like an artist doing like some kind of like abstract painting. Like, you just kind of like throw some paint in the wall and just let it be. You don't care that much about it, because if you start like thinking about all the little details and all the little things, you're gonna spend hours in one little corner, and you have like a whole universe to build, and it's like you're not gonna see progress. So you need to think about like layers of detail. You need to be like, okay, let's drop the first layer, let's be very, very rough with the first layer, then we can drop the second layer, and the third one we're gonna be a little bit more careful and thoughtful about things. So that balance between not stopping too much, that's what I think it's a very important skill to develop. Yeah, I'm not sure if more people are switching to Unreal. Performance is always a tough topic. It's not gonna be drag and drop. Like, you do need to have some understanding of what's going on, and that's something that I'm very interested in. That's what I'm trying to like push this map, like, and add a lot of stuff to this and see if I can make it run at least at 30. but I've seen a better performance in 5.6. This was actually a project that I started in 5.4, and I've been pushing it. We need something that holds this cable. What should I use for that? Maybe some kind of pipe that goes there. Yeah, let's get a pipe that goes here. I think I do have it. Yeah, for example, like you play Warhammer 40k and you see that amount of detail and you're like, how the heck these guys made this run so well? Like, I cannot understand how good this looks. Yeah, definitely. Epic Games, I mean, Unreal Engine is just crazy. It's just crazy. Um, and there's like any other tool, like there's so much that goes into it. Like if you see like any Epic Games project, you see like they use the engine in a total different way. Like it's very complex. Like you definitely need to know your stuff to make things work properly. And performance is something that I really want to understand. Like, and it's like a detective work. Like, it's very specific to your project. You need to like really understand what you're doing, and you have all these profiling tools and stuff to kind of like figure out what's going on. But at the end of the day, it's yeah, you need to understand what's happening. And that's what I would love to learn about, because I definitely just know the basics. People say like, hey, don't use a lot of material like this in your meshes and stuff, and then you see like the Paragon characters and they have like 1,000 material IDs, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know what is the right answer. Okay, let's see. We don't need that one. Okay, we don't need this one. Okay. Oh, I think that playlist ended. Let's see. Let me get this other one. Okay, we got these cables kind of like getting in there. Let's lock this up, go down. No. I think that's... Yeah, we do have some intersection, but it's okay. Okay, we need something in the wall. The wall feels empty and boring. what should we add in the wall? We need to be careful with these fake doors, because actually it doesn't make sense to have a fake door here. I'm gonna add a yeah, those cables are nice, but I have this other prop. I think this one is kind of nice. This is a great filler, adds a lot of detail to the wall. Just need to be careful not to make too much intersection with things, because it looks strange. Also, the scale, I don't want to change it too much, because it's gonna look strange if I keep changing the scale from room to room. Damn it, okay. Yeah, these cables are a little bit too thick. Yeah, let's just be a little bit more rough. I'm gonna try not to spend like more than 30 seconds per asset, because we do need to fill in a lot of space today. Okay, that just adds a bunch of detail. Some decals and stuff will definitely help. Let's just copy this over. Okay, that's kind of cool. Let's say this somehow connects in there. Just make sure that it actually touches the ground properly. I think we are missing one unit. Oh, that's better. Nice. Yeah, we do need to do some lighting here. I changed the exposure, so all my lighting kind of like got messed up. That's a little nicer. I want to see the ceiling just a little bit, but not too much. And we can get cables on the ceiling for sure, some pipes. But yeah, we should probably move on. Let me see, maybe I can fill in the gaps here. Another great asset. I haven't used these ones. Let's use that one right here. And snapping to one. That's right there. That's a little huge. It's okay, I think. Let me see if I can somehow center this. Okay, let's just eyeball it. Okay, that's a little bit too noisy. Let's push this one. Somewhere here. And it's too noisy as well, so we do need to breathe a little bit. If we add too much detail, it becomes too noisy, and it's like we need that sweet balance between detail and just a little plain space, empty space, let's say. Here, it could be nice to have something there. It could be maybe a decal or something. Whoop, 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 whoop. Nope, nope. Oh, what? Okay, oops. Just want to make it a little bigger. Not too big, because that's not supposed to be so rusty. Is this actually... tileable? It's kind of tileable. Yes, it is. I think so, yeah. Which is also a problem because it looks repetitive. Yeah, you can tell where it ends. Can you actually flip these things? No, no, you can't. Okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going full industrial. Let's make some of them harder, some of them like softer by pushing them into the wall. That way looks a little bit less repetitive. Yeah, the light is too bright. I don't want to get into lighting right now, but I should. This is a good opportunity for me to actually get rid of these filler lights and actually start placing just practical lights that actually exist in the environment, like these lamps. Because if you want to achieve something more believable, realistic, you do want to have as many practical lights as possible. You always probably will need some filler lights, like invisible lights that are just floating there to fill in some spaces, but the less you can use them, the best results you might get, in my experience. Okay, this is too much. 600. I could modify the whole blueprint and get them a little bit lower, but I think we are getting light from the sun right here. Wait, or is this the skybox? Oh yeah, wow. Oh yeah, that's not what we want. It's very emissive. We don't really want this skylight to be... I mean, it does look like some kind of like explosion or something. Do we have a parameter to just change this, like... I do make environments. I'm more of a world builder, kind of like I'm a kind of like a Lego builder. I put things together. I'm a 3D generalist, so I do know how to model on texture and, you know, the basic stuff. But I've been focusing on brightness. Let's see, 0.5. Can we make it a little darker? No, we need to. Oof, we need to really figure that out. Oh, we can change the speed as well. Let's make it a little slower. So it moves a little slower. Contrast. Is it this color which is gonna make it? Yeah, I believe so. There's probably a better way to do this. Oh, it's not changing the brightness. What the hell? Is it contrast? I don't really want to modify the image itself. That's not the way. To do things, but I just kind of want to make it look darker, and it's not. Oof, it's giving me too much. I don't like that. It's okay. I'm gonna figure that out eventually. And everything looks so bright. Yeah, I messed. Yeah, I messed with the exposure. I think something is going on with the exposure. Yeah, I that's what I really enjoy, making environments. It's super cool. It feels too bright. Everything feels too bright. I might go to the blueprint itself and change it there a little bit. Let's make it. That's a huge value. Let's divide that by 2 and see how it looks. Is it the ultra dynamic sky that is just... No, it's something else. let's asset action, select all actors using this asset. Let's hide those lamps. No, we got some light here. Should probably be using the light a light mixer, I think it's called, so I can just modify all the lights at the same time, since I'm starting over with the lighting. Some of them are very, very harsh. Yeah, I think I should probably do that. The exposure of the skybox. Exposure of the skybox. Yeah, I haven't used too many skyboxes. I need to check that out. That's probably where the problem is. Okay, I like 400 here. So let's go to blueprint, apply instance changes to blueprint, and it's gonna apply it on the rest. That's good. And I'm getting this kind of light underneath. Where is this light shining through? Oh my god, I messed up my lighting. Light mixer. No, I need the light mixer. Let's try to get all of these. All of these lights, not the red ones. Wow, that's a lot of lights. These are blueprint lights, we don't need that. I'm just gonna change the point lights that I got. I think these are the ones. Kind of jumps around a little bit. Nope, don't want that. Jesus. I think those are the point lights that I got. Intensity 0, and then we're gonna go okay, nice. Now we can actually find like a good value. For these point lights, which I'm gonna go with 1 for now. Okay, that's a little nicer. Yes, that's a little better. Control H, and then we're gonna figure out the skybox and stuff. Yeah, the value was too high because I had some post-process volume with some exposure settings. I think this is just a sphere. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, just putting lights a little bit down. Um, hmm. It does not affect this. That's very strange. Yeah, it does not affect it. That's so weird. Still looks super bright. Oh, there is Skybox. There you go. We found it. First setting. First setting. There you go. Go dark. Yes. Nice. I was going deep into the material and it was like the first skybox setting. Okay, let's see. Nice, nice. Now we can actually appreciate some of the clouds and stuff. Still very kind of like Fallout radioactive. Let's make it darker a little. I need to set this up properly because I'm using the ultra dynamic sky and this thing together, and that's not the way you should set it up. You see, now they are competing, so I need to go into the ultra dynamic sky and actually set this skybox there. Okay, but yeah, that's a little better. Also, these red lights, we're gonna make them a little softer. Then we're gonna apply these instance changes to Blueprint, so we modify all the other ones. Oh yeah, God Rays, absolutely. Yeah, I do wanna add God Rays. To add God Rays, we need volumetric scattering in the post process. I think it's volumetric fog what we need. I totally forgot about this post process volumetric fog, volumetric fog. Exponential height fog, volumetric fog, we got it there. Scattering, and we need some other option for that. It was bloom, I think, in the post process. My god, I totally forgot how to do this. Light shafts. Yeah, there was a couple of options that I needed to activate. Enable sunlight shaft bloom. And something else. Something else in the okay, yeah, I'm gonna check out tutorial. I always forget. It was a couple of settings that I need to activate, but definitely that will be awesome. Awesome to get. Yeah, lighting is gonna be a super big part of it. Yeah, also I got this ultra volumetric asset that is super awesome, and I want to add a bunch of other VFX. What are these? Yeah, my lighting very got messed up. Yeah, we got some volumetrics here. Here we got totally dark for some reason. Okay, okay. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. I need to relight this stuff. Let's apply this here. Why does not modify the others? Oh, I need to reset them, okay. You see, like, this is how easily you get distracted. It's like, that was not what I was trying to do right now, but it's something that also needs to get done. No properties, what? Okay. Yeah, lighting is gonna be interesting. I don't want to make it like super dark, like you need a flashlight, because I do want you to appreciate the details, but also don't want to make it like extremely bright. This is an issue right here. This light should not volumetric scattering, should not have volumetric scattering. With megalights, for some reason, this volumetric scattering intensity setting goes gray. And I don't want to have volumetric scattering on this light because it looks like there's something glowing in there and there's nothing in there. So again, like definitely that's another thing to think about. Okay, here again we have too much. I think it is this one. No. It is the spotlight. This spotlight. Let's apply instance, and then I think we need to modify this one. Oh no, actually it's lower. This one is a little bit lower. It could be even 0. I think we don't. That's a little better. Here we got a filler, a little bit like that. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's try to keep pushing this. See if I can okay, it takes a little bit to load. Wow, it really changed the whole thing. Now this light looks a little purplish, kind of like Yeah, wow. Yeah, lighting is gonna be interesting. Yeah, I would like to. Yeah, working on the enemies, that's gonna be a lot of work. Now it feels very dark, super dark. Wow, no, it's too dark. Oof, too dark. Yeah, we really messed it up. It does look a little darker on the other monitor. I think this monitor has better light, better color, so I think I need to base myself on this one. Something like this looks a little nicer. Okay, anyways, I'll try not to get distracted too much with the light. Let's just do these ones and continue. It's kind of nice to have different intensities. Yeah. Okay. This prop actually does not make any sense right there. Okay. Just wanna change the skybox brightness, and I totally forgot where it is. Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, we're gonna figure that out eventually. Oof. Okay, that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. I like these little darker corners, not too dark, not too bright. Okay. I think 5 it is. We're using candelas for the intensity units. Not sure about this pipe going in here, but it's okay. Okay, here we have another color to deal with, okay. Attenuation radius. Yeah, good thing we have megalights, cause wow, just without megalights things become a little more difficult. Cause you really need to be careful with the attenuation radius. It just doesn't want to intersect, doesn't like to intersect other lights. Not intensity, attenuation, just a little bit. Okay, these pipes here, I think I might get rid of them. Just looks kind of ridiculous, but let's check this out. Okay, let's push this out. Bake transform. UVs project. Yeah, let's just it does look squished, but here we got the square one. I think that's the textile density this texture is made for, because here in the floor I have it too small. This is a very, very nice material. I just need to figure out how to use it properly and get the normal map working. Might need to set it up specifically for my needs. Hey, Ooga Booga, how is it going? Long time no see. Yeah, these pipes, let's actually make them go around. Yeah, I'm filling up this huge industrial area with detail, kind of like set dressing the whole thing. Okay. Wanna see if I can make some good progress today. Haven't been able to sit down for a long time, but I think today is the day. The thing is that I'm working on this industrial facility, and I want to get to this is gonna start like very like heavy guarded, like industrial, and then I want to have an area that is going to be like some kind of like some labs, some like research, and it's gonna be like all kind of like full of this alien organic stuff in the walls and stuff. We're gonna see some of the guards that we saw before, like being attacked by the like aliens that they are keeping in here. You know, your typical kind of like Black Mesa stuff. I wanna push this a little bit more here. Maybe we can leave it so we can add some more detail. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, in that case, I'm going to get this, take advantage of that. And push that here. Wanna push this to 50. Yeah, something like that. And might as well just make this another group. Okay, that's nice. Then I'm going to take this here. Nice. And this thing here, we can also use it as a different group right there. Can I lock this group? No. Okay. I see. Okay. Now I need to. Okay. No, I need to unlock this first. Okay. Group unlock. Now that it's unlocked, I can actually get this. On group, remove from group, regroup, and now I have it separated. Mm, 5 units, maybe 6 units. That's nice. Yeah, since it's grouped, the pivot point is a little bit off, but we're gonna figure out. Okay. This light is a little. No, it's the same color. Okay. Okay, cool. Nice. That's a lot of detail very quickly. I wanna add something. Oh, okay. Getting lost in this maze. I'm sure. I'm sure I had something going through the wall. Oh yeah, I see. These ones, we should probably get rid of them. Or even... double check. We should probably make them another group. Take advantage of this. Oh, okay, it goes through the wall. I see. Okay, so... this... without... this... we're gonna ungroup, remove from group, then regroup, and then we have this piece here. Okay, cool. Which is kind of nice. Control H to unhide. And yeah, let's just push them here. Yeah, let's push this. Okay, the idea now is to actually start making some... I need to see what's actually happening in this other room. This is an empty room, I believe. Yeah, we do have some of these empty rooms that we might be able to take advantage of once I get the main walkthrough. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, we're gonna just for example, here we can have a door that goes there and exits here, so you have this kind of bigger space, and I'm going to have these red lights in areas that let's say go somewhere else. So the rooms that are just how can I say this? The rooms that are not actually progressing the player, let's say like you need to kind of like walk back, they won't have a red light. So that's a little bit to guide the player, like. And these rooms that have like no exit, I'm gonna make them smaller as well. Okay, I think we need to do something with the textures here. They seem stretched, but this seems squared. Huh, that's yeah, I'm gonna work with that material a little bit. I do have a tileable material that I made, and I think I might be able to set it up with these textures and make it very, very nice, so we don't get stretching on some of them. Because I do like the textures a lot, not exactly how the textures are reacting to the mesh, but definitely gonna figure that out. Okay, cool. So let's see how can we make this room more interesting. Okay, We haven't used verticality in a while. I think that we might... I think next room uses verticality. No, these are empty. Okay, that's very dark. Yeah, we got some verticality coming up, but probably need to add some of it here. Let's use some new props actually. Let's change it up a little. Okay. I think I haven't used that one. Yeah, let's try something like this. The thing with this prop is that it has stairs, and the stairs complicate things because you cannot really scale them too much without losing scale. Stairs are probably the #1 indicator of scale in an environment. Like if you make this ladder or the steps different, like very tiny or very small, it's very easy to tell that it's messed up. So that's something to be careful with. Okay. The other thing that is super funny about this template is that bullets actually bounce from the surface, so you can really get damage from bullets kind of like bouncing back to you. So making environments like super crowded like this makes it easier for bullets to bounce. Okay, is there a way to connect this? In a way that makes more sense. Oh crap. Oops, I think I went back. All right. Okay, let's say it's something like that. We might be able to find the other pieces and connect the missing pipe, so we don't have like this pipe just there. Wow, they have a lot of material like this. These are meant to be actually textured in substance. Just gonna throw some material in there, and let's try to actually get these. So the idea here is to actually try to step away from making it too linear. Like, it is obviously linear, but I do want to add these little side rooms where you can like maybe get bullets or something. Because then it just becomes like a tunnel, and I just don't really want that. And these side rooms, I do want them to be tiny. So it's not like, oh, you need to actually walk back a lot. Okay, that's kind of cool. What do we have there? Okay, everything's fine. And this won't have this red light, so it's like a, let's say, like a side quest room. It's not like the main path. Group unlock. Let's get. I want a pipe that goes up the door. I think this is it. A little shorter one. I think this is it. I do like the yellow color. Kinda need to use it a little more. Okay, then we need something like this. It's not gonna fit perfectly, so in that case I can just squish it. Definitely not the best idea, but let me push that one here. Yeah, the texture here doesn't really look so sweet, but it's okay. I'm gonna work on that UV mapping. Alright, that's kinda nice. Let's browse and duplicate this wall. Yeah, I'm using like kind of like unique walls on each of them because the material does not allow me to do it. But one positive thing about using specific meshes for each wall is that you can actually go back, and with the Boolean tool you can actually break them up very nicely and have like a bunch of different walls. The idea is to use as many instances as possible and repeat over and over the same mesh, so I mean it saves on performance, as long as I understand. Okay, let's grab this, and with control we're gonna snap to this, and then we're gonna X-form, bake transform, just scale, loop, and then we're gonna do UV, project UV box. We're gonna leave it on automatic so it gets the, I think it kind of looks nice. I do feel like some textures might be stretched, but it's okay. We're gonna figure that out. For example, here that feels stretched. And the normal, we do have normal on these, but it only shows in one side of the wall. Right there, I believe. Yeah, we got normal here. Normal information there, but not in this one. So I kind of need to set my tiling material with these textures, and then I will be able to control it very nicely. The same here, Control B to browse, D to duplicate, change the static mesh, model, poly edit, and we're gonna snap to, or we can move every 100 units, because I'm trying to snap everything to 100, and this one goes, let me think, yeah, sometimes happens that you have this kind of like wall against another wall. And then I'm going to modify it here. So groups unlock, Control B, let's change it for this, boop, let's push every 50 units. We have no light here, oops, let's get, okay, that's nice. We have a little room, side quest room, where you get ammo or whatever. Okay, we have this kind of thing here, that's not so cool. And we have these ones here. I think that we might be able to change them for something shorter. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of squishing, like scaling things, but it's okay. Let's just get it right there. For better support, this should be right here. These details doesn't like really matter. That's a bad intersection right there. But it's kind of nice when things kind of like fit. Yeah, I need all my lights to be practical. I probably need to add a point light to this blueprint, so it actually kind of like emits light from the right. Just want the ceiling to be a little bit bright. The problem with this is that the shadow is casting from up here, and you see, like it doesn't feel right. But those are things that I mean, we are not making a cinematic or something, but it's nice to think about those details. Okay, we have this here. Is there a way to make the player walk through this thing? Something like that. Okay. I don't want this door to be super close. Okay, we need a little more light for now. Just so I can see. Okay. This door, I think, could be placed in the other side. So it goes like this. So let's make that change. I think we can just push every 100 right there. Control H. Then we get this door here. Is it okay? Don't remember this having the texture. Okay, I see what's going on. Yeah, let's change that up. It doesn't need to be symmetrical. I think it looks nicer if it's not symmetrical. Okay, we have that thing there. Let's make it a smaller. That's a nice fit. This one, push it in the center for better structure. Okay. Yep, goes there. Boom, boom, boom. Control H. We don't need that. Let's get this. Sweet. It holds. Nice. Yep. Since we already have small, medium, let's make this big. So we get a nice kind of like a diagonal going there. It goes big, medium, small. Whatever. Okay. I need to get the lights that are like fluorescent, kind of like stick, so we can put them underneath here. That will be very, very cool. I do have some other lights that we can probably use. We need some pipes to continue this thing here, because yeah, that looks very strange. This is part of yeah, okay. It's some of these. Yeah, not sure which one of those. I haven't done this because it does take some effort to prepare these meshes. They're not like game ready yet. These are kind of like meshes for these are like the Adobe 3D meshes. These are meant for Substance, so you kind of need to prepare them a little bit. Okay, let's change this up a little bit. Okay, so yeah, let's try to use these ones, which are kind of like just cylindrical. I'm not sure if they actually fit together. So let's check it out. So here, this is what I love modeling tools in Unreal Engine. Like, I don't need to go to Blender or Maya, I can just do this here, which is awesome. This is scale 0.1, this is scale 1, so these are not part of the same. I don't see any bolts, I do see some connections. Let's use these ones, yeah. Oh, I think they're already kind of like fitting each other. Yep. Not 100%, but let's 1.05. .25. Okay, I think that's better. Yep. I think that's good enough. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna get this one baked, just scale. So it's gonna go back to 1. And then we're gonna bake this one to 1. So they're gonna match if we reset the scale. Alright, nice. Now I want to separate these things. So modeling, attributes, generate polygroup from connected trees. Nice. It's gonna generate different meshes, and some of them we actually need to put them back together. So now everything's separated. So we're gonna get this one. We generated the polygroups. Now we actually need to X-form split. Now it's gonna split them. Now we can actually select this thing and merge into one, edit pivot, center, and here it will be nice to have the pivot right there. It will be nice to have it right in the center. One way to do that is actually getting this one, edit pivot, center, left. Now perfect. So this is the point that I want to use for all the other ones. So basically we're gonna copy this. We're gonna be smart actually and send this to 0. Now that I know that this is 0, I can just overlap this here. Kind of like tedious to do, but once it snaps properly, it's very nice. All right, so now that I know that it's kind of like overlapped, I can go X-form, edit pivot, and we go 0. on everything. Nice. That means that now I can just go 45 and it's gonna snap right there. Not perfect, but very close. That's one way to deal with this. Probably there's other ways. Let's send this back to 0 again. Let's see if I can snap. Aha, okay, this one is a little tough because it's hexagonal. So we kind of need to eyeball it a little. Let's say that's good. Sweet. I'm not sure what the value that this is gonna snap to, but it connects. And might as well just finish this. Let's just merge, send to 0. I'm not sure how this or where this goes. I think it's part of that thing. Don't actually need to have this separated, but let's say somewhere like that. Anyways, just for a quick snap, I'm gonna go back to 0. Now if I reset these two locations, oh, mistake. No, this one actually goes here. Now I can reset to 0. Nice. Now these two, if I reset, they go back together. Okay, nice. Okay, just a couple more. We're probably not gonna use these ones, but might as well just. Might as well just do them. Center 0. Yeah. Let's reset to 0. Nice. Now it snaps. Okay, one more. This is important, the 90-degree one. This long one, it's okay. Just a center pivot just to have a better grip on this. Oh, okay, I see. This is a connector. So this one, let's say it goes a little bit there. Okay. Okay, 0. Okay, this one goes somewhere here. A little bit closer. I think with V we can snap to vertices. It doesn't always work super nicely, but okay, whatever. Okay, nice. Now another thing that is good to do is send everything to 0 and a bake rotation, just so we have everything nicely aligned. Okay, bake rotation, nice. Okay, now we have a modular pipe set. It's not gonna snap to any particular kind of like unit, but they share the same pivot point, which is kind of nice. So we can actually I think it might snap to 5. Okay, Control H. It kind of snaps to 5. Kind of. Yeah, I can try to get it better, but it's whatever. I think. Yep, nice. We got it there. Now it would be nice to actually put it into a folder and make it very nice. But the content browser got a little buggy. The pop-up content browser kind of like glitches a little bit in 5.6. All right, I think we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. We're gonna make it a new folder. Something like that. Just gonna drop it there. It would be nice to just give it a quick name. It's too generic, but it's okay. Not sure how this is called, but Oh, never seen this menu before. Huh. Oh, it's a renaming stuff. Oh, rename, nice. Batch renamer, whoa. Hey, that's kind of cool. I need to learn this stuff. Remove all prefix, suffix, nice, that's very cool. I'm not sure how I opened that thing. Okay, almost done. 90 pipe. Nice. We got some other cool pipes, but I'm not gonna do those now. We got the original as a backup. Oh, okay. Yeah, we need to reset the scale since it was baked. Let's go back to 1. What else? Okay, let's set the material directly to this. I think I can open them all by edit. Just to set the material. Oh, it's already 5:40. Whoa. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Hey, what's going on? Okay. Hey. No. Okay, cool. Now we have our meshes finished and super sweet right there. Nice. We can probably tweak the UVs. Nice. Since this is part of that thing, yeah, let's just keep it together actually. Oof, damn, okay, wow. That's a lot of material IDs, like, wow. Okay, back on track finally. Now it's part of the same family. Now we can actually just get this going. those UVs are kind of funky. Not the UVs, but the texture, how it's... okay, so... yeah, snapping is not so sweet, but... okay, cool. That way we don't have these kind of like pipes just sticking, and then we need to kind of like get rid of that thing, which is gonna be the same. Oh, we also have another sticking pipe there. Okay, yeah. I don't really want to stretch this out. Let's just insert an edge loop. First generate polygroups, find quads. Oh, that's even better. No need to do anything, just cut it out. Yep. Right there. Boop. Oh. Maybe not there. Wait, modeling. Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, it would be nice to get it like some kind of like connection to the floor. But again, I'm going too much into detail. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Just want to fix this thing here, and I'm gonna kind of use this cap right there. I need to learn how to snap to the surface. I think there's a way to do that. Kind of cool, nice. Yeah, let's say that makes sense. Probably need some connection to the walls, but it's okay. Kind of cool, like side room right here. Oh, okay. Collisions. Oops. I don't know why it gets super laggy when you show collisions. I don't understand. Why that happens. Oof. It got frozen. Let's just get some quick collisions for these ones. By typing complex, complex or simple. Probably you can do this in the property matrix, so you don't need to kind of go one by one. Yeah, it's kind of cool. All right. Three hours 20. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we got some progress. We got some progress today. Gonna get some iced tea. Okay, so let's see. Oof, okay, we are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 rooms before we get to this area. Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, let's push it and see. Yeah, the good thing is that if I push myself these days like as hard as possible to finish this area. Then I basically can focus on just the enemies and making the hard part, getting the AI to work in like nicely and stuff. Okay, yeah, these rooms are going to be way more interesting because they got verticality right here. Okay, let's get some of these props and fill in some gaps. Yeah, it would be nice to have something here in the center. What? Have something big here in the center so it blocks a little bit the view. Yeah, I think I got something like that here. Yeah, those. No stairs here. I think we can probably try to make this one bigger. But we have a valve, so yeah, it's too crazy. Maybe something like this. Maybe 4 of them. Can we walk? No. Cannot actually walk in there. We might be able to walk. It's kind of blocking too much. I'm not sure about this. Okay, got some other boxes that I can place. And some more vertical props. I think those might work. Yeah. Let's make some of these more vertical so we can use it as cover. I think, yeah, this one. Yeah, these probably need to change these bottom ones. Okay. Oh, we don't have a nav mesh there, okay. Yeah, let's try this out and see. Let's try it with some of these creatures here. Whoop. Okay. Whoop, getting a little laggy. It's not dropping because we probably have camera or something that is colliding. Okay, let's get the other one. Yeah, I need to see how can I spawn these enemies, because I have them kind of like placed. Sometimes they start patrolling very strangely. yeah, I kind of want to start working on the area that got kind of like taken over by these creatures. So you will see like these other guards just kind of like messed up everywhere and have this kind of like very cool alien organic stuff to put on the walls and the floor. Yeah, probably don't need cover for these enemies since they are just close combat. And I should probably, yeah, I'm gonna focus on the level, just trying to finish the level, and then I can actually focus on the amount of ammo and how much damage the weapon is gonna do and stuff. That's gonna be like resource management. I think it's gonna be very, very interesting. Yeah, let me get. Where is it? My gun. Yeah, this is like the super kind of like modified weapon, but kind of need to start thinking about the amount of ammo and the damage, because this is a little bit too powerful. Also, yeah, you just need to set that up. Because that has a lot to do with how the level is going to feel, how many enemies I need to place, and where the ammo is gonna be and stuff like that. It has a lot to do with the level design. Takes around 10 seconds, kind of like to load. Okay, nice. Okay, let's see. This weapon has 2,500 bullets. That's crazy. Man, it just very, very strong. Yeah, that's nice. And I still want more detail. Some crazy cables. Now everything looks like kind of like placed, like a nice kind of like frame in the wall, kind of like very organized. I want to make it more a little bit more crazy, maybe with cables and also yeah, like VFX, like fog and sparks and all this cool stuff. That's super bright. Yeah, these enemies saluting and saying hello and like it's just not I don't know. That's kind of funny. Definitely getting rid of that. Also, they shoot too fast. Like, okay, that's a little crazy. We got a lot of enemies here. I want enemies to like notice me and take 2 seconds to shoot, because these guys, like, they're looking at the corner and they shoot immediately, and it feels kind of strange. You see, like, this guy is crouching and just shoots. Yeah, there's a lot to do with these enemies. These things that they drop, I need to take the collision off, because yeah, you don't want to be walking on that. And this weapon is too big, absolutely too big. Be nice to get the transparent material on that shield, like a riot shield. Probably gonna get the handle off, so I don't need to care about where it actually connects to the body. Little things like that. Yeah, definitely cables in the ceiling, or some more vents. That might be too big right there. Yeah, can't wait to make this to be one level below, so you can actually walk underneath. Since the ceiling is so high, I think I might have enough space to make it so you can go like underneath this thing. Also, I got some doors, some cool doors that I should be using to kind of like slow down the player. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing I need to fix. That's another thing I need to fix. When I respawn on top of other geometry. That's a big issue. But I was talking about the weapon. When you're holding a weapon like this gun and you go close to the wall, it kind of like, hey Wicked, hey J-Dog. No, I haven't seen the new assets. You see, I get this kind of like weapon going back, which is kind of cool, but it happens with the enemies as well, so I cannot shoot the enemies when they're close. That's kind of annoying. Also, I cannot change from range to melee, so that's a big issue. Yeah, I need to fix that stuff. Yeah, I would like these enemies to charge. Well, there's so much stuff I would like the enemies to do. But yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Okay. That's the goal. Get this environment finished, and then just keep on testing and testing until we get the the enemies right and all this stuff. Thankfully, I'm gonna get some help soon from the developer of the template, so I can actually modify a little bit the enemies as well. But I gonna be reading the documentation a lot to see if I can figure out how the AI enemies are set up, and just really modify them nicely. Let's see, do we have new assets? Inventory system full, blueprint, nice. Flying fantasy town, and some cool mechanic character, nice. Nice, that looks very cool. Oh, it's only $20. Wow, very cheap for this big environment. Okay, we got that. That's always nice to get some blueprint logic. Okay, nice, we got them. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm thinking, how long will it take to go through this whole thing? Yeah, I'm at least trying to make like at least, yeah, 1 hour is maybe too much, but like at least 30 minutes, 40 minutes. That would be very cool. For that, I definitely need to slow down the player a little bit. Oh, crap. Let's lock this up, and we can do that by adding doors, and the doors will require a key that drops from the enemies, and we can have different kind of things that you might need to activate to go through, kind of like to slow down a little bit. Actually, let's try some of those doors. Let's load the template. It's moving way faster now that I have prefabs. I think I haven't done such a dense interior environment before. Doors. I want to add water areas. That's gonna be awesome. Okay, doors. So we have a door that just simply opens. We have a code door. We have this kind of like puzzle. Then we have a door that needs a key. That's kind of cool. And then we have this one, which kind of just takes some time to open. Okay, let's see. Is this only one blueprint? Yeah. Okay, let's try to get those. Yeah, I might need to. Don't want to stretch it here because I'm gonna miss the circle, so maybe. Try to match it there. Again, this one. Okay. All right, let's see. Maybe if we push this out and get the door. Stretch the door a little bit, then put back this there. Okay. Where's the material I'm looking for? Yep. Select that. Yeah, definitely not the best texture for this, but I think I might have another one. This one. Let's just keep it rusted, to be honest. Then I can find some cool meshes for these. I think I probably have already this. Okay, yeah, I probably need this to be a little bigger. Okay. There. Let's actually make it the same color. I'm just gonna where's the material? Change the UVs a little bit. It's kind of cool, a little better. Okay, we can still see through. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I need to push this out. This one goes a little bit. It's okay, it's just a placeholder. I'm gonna get a nicer door. I do have a very nice door now that I think about it. I should probably use that one. Oh, Jesus, is still getting this. It's okay to get like a tiny little gap. But it needs to be kind of like around, you know, symmetrical. All right. I'm just gonna get rid of that gap. Oh my god. Yeah, just push it a little. Why do I still see it? Huh. I mean, it's supposed to have space for the hinges and everything, but it's okay. I'm like focusing on little details that are not important for now. Yeah, that looks kind of funky. That's funny. Forgot to actually put that as a child. And it's too tall. Oof, this door is huge. Jesus, okay. Wow, okay. Oof, that's a very big door, yeah. Yeah, they're stretched. Okay, it's not gonna show me the preview here. Need to add the material here. Okay. That's a little nicer. Oh, that's kind of cool. This thing also needs a little remap. Wow, this is super low poly. Trying to find that triangle that we had. But I don't want those lines in there, so yeah, let's just keep it rusty. Yep, don't want those lines, nope. Yeah, let's just keep it like that. Cool. Now it looks a little bit better, let's say. Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I messed up because the character animation, the animation is not gonna match the door at all. Damn. It's okay. I'm gonna figure that out later. Oh yeah, I forgot about the character mesh. Okay, 4 hours, not bad. Haven't done 4 hours in a while. Got, let's see what we got actually. We got the we got like 3 rooms. Got some lighting. Wow, not much to be honest. Three rooms. Not totally finished, but oh my god, so much I need to do with these enemies. Instead of like defending themselves, I think I would like them to charge. Yeah, we need some light underneath. Okay, let's see how this looks. Oh, there's no animation for it. That's another solution. Very simple solution, to be honest. Kind of like cheap first-person games, like you don't see the actual animation, just... Can you close it? No, you can't. Oh, that's pitch black. Yeah, the hinge is not... Oh, okay, so the box actually stays outside. Huh, that's not so nice. Yeah, there there is something strange here. I'll need to look into the blueprint and see how it's set up. What? Okay. Not sure, maybe if the scaling kind of like messed it up. No, the collision. It's the collision box that does not follow the door, I guess. Yeah. I need some kind of indication, like besides these FUs. So we have this trigger box here. Lock, collision, static. Lock, collision. These collision boxes we need to... It's kind of better to just make them a little bigger so we don't get into that situation where it's kind of hard to know where we need to aim at. It could probably just be the entire door so we don't run into this situation at all. Anyway, so let's just... Yeah, the cool thing about doors is that it's going to slow down the player. This character has some issues in the texture. I need to send it to Substance and like mirror that color texture because it has some green stuff on the left side. Oh Jesus, wow. Wow, it takes around 20 seconds or something to load after play. I'm not sure about this little knife icon. Like, it really takes away from... Yeah, it's like you already know where the enemies are. Like, I'm not sure about that. There's this other thing. I think it's like a search for resources. But yeah, I think I'm taking that knife away. I don't really want to show the location of the enemies to the player. We got the damage socket on the floor. Okay, need to fix that. The angle of the door, I think it needs to be 45 so it doesn't collide. Let's see if we can find it. Rotation minus 180. Might be that number. Might be that number. It goes back to 0. I think that might be it. Okay, let's try something smaller, just to see. I should probably test this in another place without enemies. Oh, now it loaded very fast. That's strange. No, I don't think that's the number. It Hey, how's it going? It's okay, I'm gonna figure this out later. It should be here in the latch lock rotator. That's the only rotation value I have. It might be because I scaled the door, or probably it's not rotating from the right pivot point or something like that. It's okay. Because it does go a little bit more than... Wanted to go like 45 degrees. It might also have to do with the pivot point. That's okay. Well, it gets very laggy for the first 20 seconds or something, and then it starts. It's probably because I have too many just enemies spawned. Oof. Wow. Damn, it's very laggy. Oof. Getting 8 frames per second. No, there's something wrong. Okay, now it's better. It's strange, like the performance. Sometimes it runs very nice. Sometimes it gets very laggy. Yeah, I think it has to do with the enemies. Too many enemies. Damn, that's... Oh, that's terrible. Oh my god. Yeah. Something with the enemies is just causing too much lag. Now it feels smooth. It almost feels like all the VFX and stuff from the enemies are not loaded until they do their first attack. Like after I kill a couple of enemies, the rest kind of work nicely. Still getting some frame drops here and there, but the engine kind of needs to like load everything first, and then it's just fine. But the first time it gets stuck a little bit. I know there's a way to kind of like load the whole thing before you start actually playing. Yeah, I don't know why this guy likes to get stuck in there. Yeah, this enemy needs a lot of work for sure. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to make a very long list of all the things that I need to fix, and yep, the idea is to get this level finished and make it work before expanding anything beyond this. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like a small vertical slice of all the features that I want, and I'll try to polish them as best as possible, and then after that it will be way more easy. It will be way easier just to keep adding content to the game. Even this level I think it's a little bit too big, but in the other hand, I kind of want to make sure that I can deal with the amount of detail I want. I want to see if I can make it run. For example, now it kind of like loaded very fast. Not sure why sometimes it gets stuck like that. Okay, we are running out of video memory. And sometimes it tells me that I don't have skin cache, which means that I have too many skeletal meshes walking around. So we can fix that by just spawning the enemies. Instead of having them always there, we can just spawn them when needed, which is probably how it's done in most games. This is another thing, like when I get too close to a wall, I get blocked by my own back. I know there's a material I can set up to kind of like make the character transparent when I get too close to it. Yeah, this is too dark. Definitely need to add more lights here. Yeah, this weapon mechanic where like it goes kind of like closer to the body when you're near a wall, it shouldn't happen when you have an enemy in front of you. It's just definitely okay. I'm gonna make a list before I forget about these things I found out. For example, this door, it could be like a perfect, it's like the perfect situation where I can have a trigger box right there. So when you open the door, you spawn the enemies on the next room. That's like the perfect loading screen. Like, let's say it's gonna be like I'm gonna use this as a loading screen to kind of like slow down the player and get things loaded in the next room. I can really go crazy with data layers and like load and unload rooms. That's something I really want to get into, like, and I'm going to like separate these rooms through the door. So for example, if you walk into this room, everything on this other room gets unloaded. Poof. So you're just playing here. The problem is that I want to make it, I mean, this is like a co-op template, so what happens if your friend is in another room and it gets unloaded. I think it gets unloaded for each player, I guess, right? Makes more sense. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, that's not gonna be replicated. It's just gonna be for each individual player. Yeah, this door is kind of funky. Definitely gonna change this this mesh. I do have a very cool door that I can use. Wow, so much work just to make like a simple kind of shooting like a simple shooting little experience. It's a lot of stuff. Oh, okay. Maybe I can snap this. Alright, I think it's time for dinner because I'm running low on energy. It's been 4 hours 30. Nice. Nice. I haven't done a long stream in a while. Let me see if I can find some snapping. Okay, let's just... Oh, I see there's... we have this area. It's way thicker than there. Yeah, this door is messed up. I'm not gonna... kind of scaled it a little bit, so it's not symmetrical on both sides. Just gonna use my other door, but it's kind of nice. It adds more detail to the environment. Yeah, I'm actually gonna make it snap to this point, so I can just place it very nicely. On the rest of the places. I think I might use this door right here. The problem with using this door is that I have fake doors in some places, so I kind of need to differentiate the fake doors from the real ones, so the player does not get confused. Like, it can also just be a locked door by adding a red light here, easy like that. Just like, okay, that's closed door. That's a cool door. I have some others. Let's see. This one is not bad. Just needs a little. Have another hinge. Another forgot the name of this, like valve stuff. It's funny because now that I think about it, I've never done interior spaces, to be honest. I've always done exterior. Huh. Yeah, I've done some interiors, but very little. It's a lot more work to do interiors. Yeah, that's a lot for sure. Wow, that's bright. That's super bright. I might take some of these off. Like, we don't need to have them like that much. We can have like one here, then just wall, then another one, then wall. This is probably too much. Yeah, too much. And I need to start using these vents in the walls, like here. I feel like this is too much. This is too big. That's a little better. Yeah, 0.5. Yeah, well, at least it looks very nice. Very happy how it's looking. Can't wait to use the errand landscapes for the environment. Just gonna put this back because I was messing with these settings before. This skybox needs to be integrated into the ultra dynamic sky. It cannot be its own thing because it's gonna mess the whole lighting stuff. So I need to put it inside. Oh, okay, nope. Also, the entrance is gonna be kind of cool. I got some interesting props too for the entrance. I'm getting this. This is what I don't like about the ultra dynamic sky. I'm getting this blue tint in the scene from I think it's the skylight from UDS, and it depends on the position of the UDS. there's definitely a way to set it up. Yeah, lighting this up will be a big challenge. Where's... Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure, like, if using less lights but a bigger attenuation radius. Yeah, this dark spot here, I'm not... Not sure about what's the best thing to do. Good thing that we have megalights. That's awesome. Yeah, probably need to use more practical lights so we don't have so many floating lights that make things look unnatural. But anyways, I'm gonna... Yeah, too bright here. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about lighting. I need like a filler prop, something like this, that can go in the walls. Just to add more detail. These doors do look very nice. Can make them look better, but they definitely add a lot. And it makes sense, because like, why are you gonna have like this door frame if there's no door in there? And again, I think they're gonna help a lot just to slow down a little bit. Okay. That's super low poly. And I think we don't have any more for now. No. Oh, you see that blue color there? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. That's why it looks kind of purplish here, because it's getting mixed with the skylight bluish color here. And that's why you get this kind of like color on the characters, which looks kind of nice, but Oh, all right. Okay, let's just give it a last walkthrough and they got stuck in the nav mesh right there. Takes around, wow, 20 seconds, maybe 30 to kind of load the thing. Oh my god, it's why is the performance so bad? I added the skybox and the ultra dynamic sky. Okay, now it feels better. He's like, hello. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know why the template comes with that stuff, but definitely gonna. This is a mech that I'm trying to make shoot some rocket launcher. It has like a rocket launcher right there in the barrel. Yeah, locomotion is very rough. It has a very simple kind of animation blueprint. But that's something I would like to get working properly. Also the head, it follows the player but it rotates like that. So now this guy is not... I need to see how to connect the animation blueprint with the AI brains, because they're not connected. They're working separately, and that's where the head kind of like freaks out. Also, when it rotates, it like slides a lot, because again, it doesn't have a proper animation blueprint that is connected to the AI brains. That'll be very cool. And with the Dragon IK, I want to make it so it can actually walk on like uneven terrain, and like, so it looks nicer. Yeah, this RPG is kind of easy to dodge if you just like moving around. And also when I kill it, I want to like get destroyed into pieces, which is not so hard to do. I've done that with other enemies, but definitely that one needs a lot of work. It's just that I don't want every enemy to be like humanoid, like, you know, your typical biped kind of like. This is cool because it looks like a little different from like your typical humanoid character, but it does uses the same retargeting, so it's like using a kind of like human skeleton. So for mechs you can get away with a lot of these things. Okay, he bugged out. That's funny. Yeah, that'll be cool. Yeah, there's a lot I need to figure out with the AI. An animation blueprint, that's a deep topic right there. Then it comes then the topic of performance and stuff also. That's another rabbit hole right there. Okay, I think I didn't. Yeah, I think I didn't make the run through. Even like giving them like a jetpack so they can like jump at you, that'll be cool. That's another thing I need to figure out. The retargeter stops working when the camera gets far away. Maybe adding little lights to the shield will be nice. You see, because like if I hit this enemy, it just stays there. It's like doesn't really do much. This prop, it doesn't make sense actually. I'm gonna change it. That doesn't make sense at all. Like what the hell is that stuff? This opens to this, okay, side. That's bright. Oof. That camera collision. He forgot about me already? Like, what? No, he didn't forget about me. That's some strange behavior right there. Very slow ladder. I think I can make some cool animations for the ladder. Very stiff, especially when it goes into the ladder and goes up. Okay. I'm gonna make a long list today of things that I'm gonna change. Kinda need to actually write down stuff as I go, because I will definitely forget all the things. The knife icon, don't want to show that. Oh, I forgot to add a door here. Actually, like some of these enemies, like they could be like inside like some kind of like cocoon or some kind of like egg kind of thing, and then just pop up. That'll be cool. Maybe from the ceiling they can just drop down. That could be nice. And here we are back to block out. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna add a couple of doors and I'm gonna take a little break. Let's add this. Wow, I'm gonna use like 1,000 of these. Good thing that, like, it's a good placeholder. I can just modify it or change the asset later. It's just like probably like this. Definitely super repetitive, but then I can just change the asset for something different. Just adds, yeah, just adds that nice touch. It does like it does look stretched, but I think that's what they wanted. Because here you can see the rebar. Okay. I need another light here. It needs to be a practical light. That does not cast shadow. Yeah, that's not the best idea, but let's just leave it so we can see a little better until we get like proper lights. Wow, that blue tint from the UDS, wow, that's intense. That's kind of strange. That's a little better. Where this rubble comes from, I don't know. But it does look nice. Good thing these walls are super thick. I think that's probably too much. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna make them a little smaller. Okay, this is mirrored, okay. I don't want to copy the Forever Winter too much, but I was thinking, it would be nice to have some piles, like when I start getting into like the alien area. Some piles of like the soldiers I got, like kind of like piled up. Could be their uniform actually. Could be nice. So many rooms. Wow, this is huge. And I bet it's not gonna be like not even half an hour of gameplay. We can slow down the player for sure. Okay, we got these rooms here, little extra here. Here we play with verticality a little bit. There's another extra room. Go here, go again, the same kind of like verticality room. Then we go here. This is a cool room. Then we actually go here. Here. And this room, it's actually this one goes up, but what if we make it go down? And here's where kind of like these creatures broke from the research lab, and this area is filled with like their eggs and like organic alien stuff. We start seeing that maybe here. Yeah, those, I think we can have an elevator here. We don't need to actually connect this directly, so we can actually go out. Or we can have the elevator in the center. No, doesn't make sense. What? Okay. Also, I have this thing that could look very interesting if I place it down here. We can even go one floor lower. make like a very big vertical kind of like elevator. So we go from like a very, like these very tiny corridors, very yeah, like very, very tiny corridors to something like wide open. I think that will look very cool. I'm thinking about these rooms right here. Maybe I can make them a little bit more empty. All right, well, I do like the idea of an elevator. And like wide open spaces, even though they're interior spaces, but like opened. Wow, yeah. This is probably the craziest environment I've made so far. All right, let's just take a break and see what happens later. All right, thank you for watching.